Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Saturday morning edition of Live at the Waterhole. Now, where else would you like to be on a Saturday morning except spending it with some elephants at the Jamala Waterhole in Madikwe? There's few other places I would rather be. The only thing I would prefer is to be there in person. But the wonderful thing about Live at the Waterhole and having various cameras positioned across Africa is that wherever you are in the world, whatever you're doing, you have the opportunity to spend a little time, albeit virtually, in the African bush. It's me, Trishala, by the way, and I will be your air hostess, like I like to call it, for Live at the Waterhole this morning. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have because, as usual, we are live and interactive, which means you can send through questions and comments, and you can do that by heading over to our website and registering. If you're watching on YouTube, please hit subscribe so you can keep up to date on all the latest and greatest wildlife information. And also, if you'd like to just keep up with the conversation with the WildEarth community, you can go ahead and do that on Twitter using hashtag WildEarth. Now, if you know about me and Live at the Waterhole, I like to give you an opportunity to sink in to wildlife. It's a much slower pace than our safaris, so we have lots of quiet time, but I'm here to answer any of your questions, point out any interesting behavior, draw your attention to certain things. I'm here for all of that. But it's a Saturday morning, so let's relax into it. Imagine you've got your snack or something to drink, your picnic basket, and you're sitting at the edge of the waterhole here. The animals don't see you, so they're just behaving as they would, completely unaware of your observance. Here at Madikwe Game Reserve in Jamala, and at Jamala in Madikwe Game Reserve, we've been really, really lucky with the elephants. I think we will continue to be because of the fact that they've kind of taken over this waterhole. There's not many spots left where they can drink, but they've been spending a lot of time wallowing. There's some other animals around too. I see some zebra. I think I saw some impala kind of standing in some shade a little earlier. Maybe they'll come down too. I'm also looking forward to seeing some buffalo this morning. They frequent this waterhole. I'm hoping they come down too. It looks pretty warm, and temperatures have been extremely summery across all the locations. But hopefully that means some rain soon too. Nice and chilled. Well, don't trust me and the weather. Not even sure you can trust the weatherman, but here we go. Let me send you over to have a look at the weather across the various locations. Scorches all around. Besides our picnic basket, a snack, and something to drink, we might need to have an umbrella to give us a little bit of shade. Unfortunately, our elephants, there are very few things that elephants can seek shade under, being so large, but they do the next best thing, and that's toss a whole lot of mud, nice cooling mud onto them, and I'm hoping that that's what we'll see a lot of today. Already you see that they're nice and wet, so they've been engaging in some mud bathing. And it does, I mean, we've only got about 6 elephants here at the moment, but it's only a matter of time until more come down. Apart from Jamala and Madikwe Game Reserve, we've also got the Okakuyu Waterhole in Etosha National Park in Namibia. We've got the Juma Dam Cam in the Sabi Sand. And then we've also got King's Camp and the Tembavati, and we'll move between them depending on what we see. And then at 12 o'clock, we'll have Africam come and join us with their host of wonderful cams that stretch even beyond Southern Africa. But for now, like I said, Live at the Waterhole for me is an opportunity to adopt the pace of nature, take it easy, and really enjoy the sights and sounds. Again, though, if you have questions, please send them through. That's what I'm here for, to answer any of the questions you may have. But for now, let's settle in and watch this little herd enjoying the waterhole. Hi, Yellow Duck. Thank you for joining us. You'd like to know if I think it's the same family that comes down every day to the Jamala Waterhole to drink. I don't think so. Also, it can be really difficult to tell. What I've been doing over the last few mornings is trying to find some sort of identifying feature, preferably of a matriarch or one of the big adult females, because you know they're always going to be within the herd. And they're not going to change very much, whereas the calves may change. But I haven't been finding any identifying feature, so that makes it difficult to actually make a judgment. But something I have observed is that one herd that comes here has very, very small calves, and there's also a herd that comes that has like most of the calves are over 2 or 3 years old. So still suckling, but starting to be weaned, starting to show little tusks coming through. So this herd here looks very much like the herd that we had on the first day I was doing live at the Waterhole this time round, which I think was on Monday, 2nd of October. But it's just without an identifying feature, it's very difficult to say. But just biologically or judging from the way that they live their lifestyle, there's nothing. Oh, here's a nice identifying feature. Sorry, just caught it here. This cow has a broken tusk. That's something we can pay attention to. But just judging from their lifestyle, we know that elephants have massive home ranges. Their home range could cover the whole of Madikwe Game Reserve. So they don't need to use one specific water hole. They're going to be constantly moving. And also because it is the dry season, so there's a lot less foliage around for them to eat, they'll probably be moving even more in search of good feeding areas. So that means they could basically show up at any waterhole. And, at 12 o'clock when Africam comes on board and we have Africam Tau Lodge, which is also in Madikwe, we could be seeing, the herd that we saw yesterday morning at Jamala. We could see it up at Tau as well. They'll be moving around a lot now that there's very little foliage around. Oh, there we go. Party's started. Saw a whole lot of mud being kicked up there. But I think, we just pay attention to see if we can find any identifying features. And if we do, try and remember it. Maybe let me know as well. And we can try and look for them over the next few days. That female with the broken tusk that we just saw, I don't think I've seen her before. But then again, there was the day when there were about 100 elephants coming in and out of Jamala Waterhole, and we are bound to miss some. But it's fun to pick identifying features because it feels very nice when we see that animal again, almost like you're seeing a friend.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
I'm so glad to see a breeding herd as well as little ones right near this pipe that feeds the water into the waterhole. Because very often, if there's a single bull around, he monopolizes this spot. He won't exclude others aggressively from drinking there, but his presence in itself kind of prevents others from coming through. He's intimidating. So now we see little calves actually enjoying that nice fresh water too, which is such a pleasure. But if a bull does come through, you'll see the behavior will change and they'll all move aside. Now, apart from the little ones in their little trunks sucking up water over that pipe, there's an interesting individual on the right there, a cow just enjoying the mud, playing with her trunk in the mud, doing a little bit of a stretch. Elephants are incredibly water dependent, which is why we can rely on them during the winter time, especially to come down to the water holes. They always need to be around water. Now, another animal that always needs to be around water are buffalo, and there's a whole herd coming down at the Jumacam in the Sabi Sand. So let's go over to have a look. Oh my goodness, look at this. Look at the way they're streaming through. So many of them. There's a few things I'd like to pay attention to. Obviously, once they come through, it almost looks like we're looking through a magnifying glass at some ants because there's so many of them. But also, pay attention to the two hippos that are in the dam as well. Sometimes they react to the buffalo. They won't attack each other or anything like that, but hippos can get uncomfortable and they might show off their large and impressive jaws. Because for a hippo, this is their territory. Water is the place where they feel most comfortable and safe. And it doesn't matter what comes and intrudes on their space of safety, they won't like it.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
They just keep streaming through. They're obviously going to come down to have a drink, but they might also start to wallow, especially in those areas where it's a little bit more sandy. Now, here at this particular dam, the mud really happens more towards the left. Here, this is where everyone comes down to drink. And they seem to be moving further and further in. Now, buffaloes don't usually have a swim like elephants do, but they'll go in as far as they can stand. And the more they do that, the more irritable those hippos will become. Now, I actually thought that all of them had moved through already, but some more are continuing to stream through. The buffalo also, unlike elephants, they don't spend a massive amount of time at a waterhole. Once they've had their drink and they've cooled down, they'll move on, whereas elephants might spend more time around a waterhole, especially if the youngsters are playing around. Hi Nina, you'd like to know, them moving around in such a massive herd like this, doesn't this make them more noticeable and therefore also more vulnerable to predators? Um, in a way, yes, it does make them more noticeable. So this is the edge where I said that they're more likely to wallow. I already see one sitting down. It does make them more noticeable, but it does not make them more vulnerable. They would be most vulnerable if they were on their own. But because they have the safety of the herd, they are actually less vulnerable. But yes, it does draw their attention which is why when we see buffalo herds out in the reserve, we we can safely assume that lions will follow. Maybe not very closely. Obviously, it depends when you catch the herd. Have you caught the herd when the lions already knew they were there, or are they just picking up on their scent? But especially when you're in the field, you have a good idea of where the lions were last seen, where the tracks are. You might even say we see these buffalo now in the afternoon during the sunset safari. Someone may pick up on lion tracks heading in this direction, following the herd. So, yes, it does make them more noticeable to be in these massive herds, but it does not make them more vulnerable. It actually offers them a lot of safety. Wow, this grey heron came in and just disrupted a very nice Saturday morning wallowing session. You might have even heard all the commotion, the movement of the water, and all these buffalo got up from their very relaxed state. And now everyone's eyeing the grey heron. Hi, Picasso. That's a really interesting question. You'd like to know a little bit more about the feeding habits of buffalo now that we're in this change of season, so we're going to get a lot more green grass coming up. So you'd like to know, with the fresh green grass shooting up, do the buffalo still prefer the long wilted grass since their mouths are adapted to it? It depends. So they'll During the dry season, buffalo will consume dry grass no problem, and that's because they're so massive. They constantly need to eat, and the whole herd needs to eat, and they move through in these massive numbers. But they will always prefer to have fresh green grass because fresh green grass offers the most nutritional value. But that doesn't mean that they won't eat the dry grass if it's still available. So during the dry season, they shift more towards like the panicum grasses. And basically what happens is that during the wet season, the availability of grasses, it's huge. So say they have 10 different grasses that they eat during the wet season, including one of the panicums. All that happens during the dry season is that selection gets smaller. So they just have fewer options. Not that they have a particular, not that they're going to avoid one just because somebody else or another grass is around. It just means the options are fewer. And then once the rains come along and this new grass starts to sprout, the options again increase and increase until they're back to, say, the 10 options that they had during the wet season. So now that these little bits of grass are coming up, they might have a little bit, they might continue to graze on the dry grass. It doesn't matter too much to them as long as they're getting enough intake of vegetation. Now, also remember that they're ruminants, so essentially they can extract an incredible amount of nutrition out of whatever they eat. But if we're coming just down to palatability, which is what it often does come down to, palatability is just what it tastes like, what it feels like in the mouth. Those shorter, juicier grasses that are starting to come up are going to be more palatable and more tasty. So now their options are slightly more than they were during the height of the dry season. And then once we get even more rains, those options will become even greater. So it's not too much about preference, just about the options available to them, and those options wax and wane depending on the availability of moisture or the rains. Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits. Now that the buffalo have moved on, if we're lucky, we might find that some lions would be following them, but would probably only pick up on them following the buffalo herd a little bit later. Now, in the heat of the day, and as we saw when we had a look at the weather earlier, it's hot across the board, proper summer temperatures. So that means that the majority of predators are going to be lying up in some shade, but that doesn't mean that they won't be able to smell the buffalo, hear the buffalo. They'll know they're in the area, but only a little later on might they actually follow. So perhaps during the sunset safari, we'll see some lions in this area. I wouldn't be surprised at all. It also depends, of course, um, on whether or where the lions have been. Have they even been on the property? Have they not been? If they were on the property, then they're going to pick up on the scent of the buffalo. But if they're not, if say they were over at Chitwa Chitwa, which is on the eastern boundary of Juma or southeastern, then they might not pick up on the smell of the buffalo. So it all depends on the movements of the lions. But if they're on the property, you might see them later on this afternoon during the sunset safari. All right, let's head back over to Jamala Waterhole to see how those other water loving mammals are doing. Everyone's looking a little more muddy and crowding around that spot of fresh, clean water there, almost as if everyone's waiting their turn. I'm glad to see that there's still a lot of the breeding herd around and that no bulls have come through to take over the spot, so everyone's getting a good drink. I think that's definitely one way to make sure that you get in uh, and cut the line for that pipe. Just throw your body weight. Why not? Just slide right in there. You're all muddy. Throw your body weight around and try your best to get some of that nice, clean water. Oh, things are getting very, very windy at Madikwe. A whole lot of dust in the air as well. I got some impala coming down, but everyone's just focused on this pipe. I'm very glad that we're not hearing too many construction sounds. I mean, it is the weekend, but you never know. It might also be the wind that's pulling those sounds away from us, which I'm thankful for. Well, we've spent time here at Jamala and Madikwe. We've headed up to Juma Private Game Reserve and the Sabi Sand too. How about we go further up into Etosha National Park where the Ukukuyu Waterhole is getting very busy. Springbok, springbok all around. I see one that's fully submerged walking along as well. Just see its head out of the water. Oh, now you see more of its body. I see some zebra as well. There's a kudu walking amongst them. An impala, or 3 impalas, so a whole range of different antelope here at the Okukuyu Waterhole. Now at Okukuyu, they've been having some rains a couple days ago, so that's definitely going to add to how tasty the water is. And during the dry season, you get a lot of the water evaporating, obviously, which means that anything that's in the water gets concentrated, so bacteria, algae, etc. Now, if you watch as the animals that are kind of standing in the water, zebra you see it a lot with, but some of the springbok as well, as they move, almost looked like that impala wanted to jump over a springbok. Oh, you're very angry this morning, impala. I think that was uncalled for. Did you see it bullying the springbok? But what I was saying is that when the larger animals come down and drink and they've got their at least their front legs in the water, if they get a fright or they move quickly, you might see them kicking up the water, and then you'll see little bits of green. Constantly in any water in a wild space, there are things growing in it. It is alive with little microbes, bacteria, even little plant life. And during the dry season, when the water starts to evaporate, all those things become more and more concentrated, and that affects the quality of the water and the taste of the water. So when rains come, not only does it feed the soil and allow plants to get much needed moisture, it also increases the amount of water in a pan or a dam and starts to, lessen the concentration of those less than nice tasting things.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
Hi, Vernon. Thank you for joining us. You'd like to know if Springbok had to swim or get into some deep water, would they be able to swim? Yes, they would. So, naturally, all animals that walk on 4 legs are able to swim pretty well. Um, because the motion of swimming for them is pretty much the same motion as them walking. So if they were in deep water, apart from the fact that they can create movement from doing a similar movement to if they were walking on land, they also need to be somewhat buoyant. And thankfully, us mammals and most things that breathe have lungs, which are gas filled bits in our body. So that definitely helps to keep us a little buoyant. And it all depends on how much water is displaced. Is the weight of the animal displacing that water heavier or lighter than the weight of the water? And if it's lighter than the weight of the water being displaced, then it can float. If not, it will sink. But apart from that, a study was done that modeled whether mammals could swim. And that's where I can confidently say yes, springbok can swim, even though I've not seen it, because I know that it has been modeled, and that they could. In fact, all mammals could quite easily, all those that walk on four legs, apart from a giraffe. And unfortunately, the giraffe comes down to its center of gravity and the way that its weight tips when it would be in the water. So though theoretically, um, the weight of a giraffe moving with its four legs could swim in the water, unfortunately, because of its shape and the weight of its neck, it would tip forward, meaning that its face would be in the water, which obviously then it could only swim momentarily before it drowns. So that's why we say that the giraffe couldn't swim, because it wouldn't be able to be alive for much more than a few seconds. But all other animals did, in this model, did pass the test of being able to swim. The ones that didn't uh, and were not able to swim without being taught in some way includes us and some of the apes as well. I'm not sure about baboons. I think baboons also went into the category of not quite being able to swim without some kind of practice. And that's because, or this group, apes, us, monkeys to a lesser extent, they spend a lot of time on two legs as well, whether that's as we're moving along trees, or the animals are moving along trees, or along the ground. You might see that sometimes baboons will stand up, move on two legs, and then go back onto four legs. So that also comes into play, because essentially the movement of swimming in the water for, say, the springbok, the same movement they're doing on land. And if it's different, standing upright, for example, then we've got to learn to move our other two limbs in a way that allows us to swim. So the short answer is yes, springbok can swim. Sorry, I like learning about those studies, and I like sharing it with you.
Are you afraid of the dark? It's Friday the 13th and we've got pumpkin for you to talk about. From spiders to snakes and everything in between, we're fighting our animal phobias this spooky season. Join James and Tessa for an irresistible Ask Me Anything as we discuss the creatures we are scared of and debunk stereotypes. Fight and face your fears with WildEarth.
Means that they don't play a lot when temperatures are hot like this. But I'm hoping that particularly youngsters, if there's a little calf with them, I only saw 3, none looked very little. The calves, they can be energetic and playful all day round. There we go. We actually see that there's 4 of them. Hi Jacob, you'd like to know if a hippo pod is made up just of mum, dad and calves, or are there others involved as well? There are others involved. It all depends on the bull's territory. So a bull hippo, he is the dominant male. And so in one particular a water body, especially one like this dam here, it's not massive. So it would only really have space for one dominant male. And the dominant male can have as many females as he likes. So we call the system a harem system. That's when there's multiple females, and those multiple females all, in a sense, belong to one dominant male. So what we're seeing here is likely one dominant male and three females or three cows. There is another thing that can happen though. Obviously, it'll be those cows and their offspring that they've had with that dominant male. So, the pod can get larger and larger and larger. But the other thing that can happen as well is that young males, subadult males, can come and join his pod. But when they do that, they have to make sure that they behave in a subordinate way. They can't in any way show dominance or aggression towards the beach master, who is the dominant male, the dominant bull. He is the one that's in charge. So a hippopod is made up of a dominant bull, several females, and their offspring, and the occasional subordinate subadult male. Mature bulls, hippo bulls, won't really come and join another pod unless he is sick or injured and can remain subordinate throughout his entire time with the pod. And if they do clash, it's really, really brutal, because you know that they've got incredibly sharp incisor teeth, and as well as those long canines that can inflict quite awful damage. You see bloody hippos often after a fight. And so the dominant bull will make sure that a sub-adult bull, or any bull that's not his calf that is in the pod, he'll make sure that they behave in a subordinate way, and do that through aggression. Though the sounds are wonderful, it is getting a little bit windy. So let's head back over to Jamala, where it is also a little windy, but at least the sound is a little better and the camera's not moving around too much. And we've just got a few minutes left until we can welcome Africam on board and all their wonderful cameras. I'm really looking forward to that. And we just have, almost about 45 minutes left together before Vian takes over from me this Saturday afternoon. And a reminder again that we are live and interactive. You can send through questions and comments, but also you can sit back and relax and just enjoy the sights and sounds of nature.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
It's that wonderful time when we get to welcome Africam on board and their wonderful, wonderful cameras. So let's take an opportunity to settle in because the cams, we're going to get spoiled with them. Welcome to Africam Tau Lodge in Madikwe. Ooh, I love going over to Africam Tau. It's still in Madikwe Game Reserve where Jamala is, but it looks so, so different. We've got some elephants, we've also got some springbok and a chakma baboon walking off. If you are just joining us, welcome on board for Live at the Waterhole. We've been pretty busy. We've had a nice big herd of buffalo over at Juma Game Reserve in the Sabi Sand. We've been spending a lot of time at Jamala, and we also went over to visit Ukukuyu Waterhole in Etosha National Park in Namibia. And now that Africam has joined us, we have the wonderful Tau Lodge available to us, as well as Comforts Dam in Kimberley, Kataipan in Baluli, and the Old Donyo camera up in East Africa, which I really do love. But for now, we're going to enjoy the elephants coming down to wallow in this particular spot, which they love to play in, especially the elephant bulls. They come through to this spot and they really lap up all that muddy goodness. Also, a reminder that we're live and interactive, so you can send through questions and comments. You and I, we have about 45 minutes together with Africam as well. And then I'll be handing over to Vian for the rest of the afternoon. So let's get stuck into Tau Lodge here in Madikwe. These sounds are just magnificent, and there's more elephants coming through. They all look like bulls coming down to this exact spot. Earlier we saw the breeding herd that was around move off past these bulls, and of course we have 3 of these chakma baboons just taking it easy, watching the elephant show. Diane, you have an interesting question. You'd like to know if elephants are the most intelligent animals in Africa. To be honest, it's a difficult question to answer because we can only really measure intelligence based on the benchmarks that we're familiar with. Sorry, we just had to leave Tau Lodge there for a moment. There was a little bit of a glitch, but we're back here now in Okakuyu. And I'm going to continue on with Diane's question. So very quickly, who do we have in the middle there? Does it look like a Gemsbok? Or are we very lucky with a black rhino? Oh goodness me, aren't we lucky we've got a black rhino in the middle of the Okakuyu waterhole. Now, ordinarily, we would see black rhinos early in the morning or late at night, and this waterhole is famous for how many black rhinos you can see. So this is awesome. This is awesome. This is only the second time I've seen a black rhino at the waterhole, live that is. So this is really, really cool. Sorry, Diane, I got distracted. But your question is very interesting. And what I was saying is that it's so difficult. It seems like a straightforward question, and I could answer it in a straightforward way. Elephants are incredibly intelligent. They have something like 257 billion neurons. And if you compare that to ours, we've got about 80 billion. And we also have to think about the proportion of the brain, so the brain capacity relative to the animal's body size. And even still, elephants have a greater proportion than we do. So they are incredibly intelligent animals. But the problem with answering that question is that we can only measure animal intelligence based on the benchmarks that we know for ourselves. And intelligence doesn't work like that. There are certain tests we can do, like the recognition test, puzzles, etc., to measure basic intelligence, but we can't measure the finer things, at least not yet. And though elephants are really high up there, their intelligence is not comparable to our intelligence because we have taken different paths in life. So that's what makes it really difficult. But other notable animals that have a high amount of neurons, a large brain capacity, and have also performed really well when it comes to tests that we've developed for intelligence include chimpanzees, dolphins, octopus, even ravens. All those animals perform well, really well in terms of intelligence in their own capacity, in their own way. And that's why it's a difficult thing to measure, because the people, the things, the animals that are, or the organisms that are measuring the intelligence can only measure them against their own benchmarks that they have created. So that makes things a little more difficult. So we can only measure intelligence in a somewhat subjective way, but we can make basic assumptions. And elephants are really intelligent, but I wouldn't be able to say that an elephant is more intelligent than, say, a dolphin, for example. I know that the majority of people that are watching live at the Waterhole are those that are already wildlife enthusiasts and know quite a bit about African wildlife. But if this is new to you, perhaps you just found or stumbled across WildEarth and you want to learn a little bit more about rhinos and why I say this is a black rhino. Um, if you can see the position of its head, it's held quite high up, but most importantly, the position of its or the shape of its mouth. White rhinos, they hold their heads very close to the ground because they're grazers, and their lips are wide and square like. Black rhinos, like the one we're seeing right here, their lips are more hooked or pointed, and that's because they are browsers, not grazers, and they can lift their head very easily, and it's held up higher off the ground. It looks like this black rhino's presence is making everybody feel a little bit tense. Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits. One thing that seems to be coming up quite a lot recently when we talk about rhinos is extinction. Oh, something's caused a disturbance there. And I've been seeing recently that, especially on the wonderful thing called social media, when people post pictures or videos of rhinos, I get the reaction of, but I thought white rhinos were extinct, and that kind of thing. So it's a good idea always to provide some clarity. Uh, we do get white rhinos and black rhinos here in Africa, but each have subspecies. So with white rhinos, there's the northern white rhino and there's the southern white rhino. And the southern white rhino, that's the one that we have here in South Africa. And South Africa is a stronghold for southern white rhinos. At one point, I think South Africa had about 93% of southern white rhinos on the continent. And that's owing to conservation efforts, anti-poaching efforts. But the northern white rhino was the one, or is the one, that's functionally extinct. There's only 2 females that are left, and they are in captivity. So it's functionally extinct because there are only 2 females. The male Sudan, he died a couple years ago. But black rhino, like the one that we're seeing here, still enjoying itself in the nice water, gazing upon all the other animals in a way that makes me think like perhaps he isn't too fond of them. Rhino have that look sometimes. But black rhino, there's about 5 or 6 different subspecies of black rhino. They are a lot, and some of them have already gone extinct. I think the Cape black rhino, and there was a northeastern black rhino, and there was a western black rhino. I think those populations are pretty much extinct. And the ones that we see here in southern Africa is the South Central black rhino. So these are just subspecies that I'm mentioning. And it's always important to understand that there are different subspecies of animals, and just because it's a subspecies that's gone functionally extinct doesn't make it any better than a whole species going extinct. Because those are distinct populations and they're subspecies for a reason. Well, it was awesome to have this wonderful surprise of a black rhino here at the Okokoyo Waterhole. But how about we head over to Naledi Dam in the Baluli? I think some elephants have come down. Oh, Naledi is lovely. This little well is such a hub of activity. I've seen a lioness on the left hand side of this well and an elephant drinking from the right hand side. Of course, they didn't notice each other until they finally did. Everyone got a big shock. But what I like about this cam as well, or this AfriCam, is that the elephants get really, really close. And I must say that I don't often see the elephants actually in the pan area. I often see them, or most often see them at the well. So this is such a treat. that was a very sneaky little trunk. That little one just put the tip of its trunk down into the well very sneakily. So cute. There we go. So the other side of this well, the ground is a little lower, and I think it was a bit difficult for this little calf to reach up, but now it's learned to come around this side where the ground is higher and it can easily reach down into the well. Unfortunately, we can't see because there is an elephant behind in the way. But that's okay because we like elephant behinds. They're very cute. Oh, this is too lovely. Watching this little one have a bit of fun, but also kind of struggle to really get into all that nice fresh water at the well. This is how it is when you watch young elephant calves. They're learning about their environment, the limits of their body, both functionally and, the social limits as well. And that's why it's just so cute to watch them as they develop. Wow, that was quite the reaction. Did you see the change in the body language? This individual on the left lifted its head up, pushed out its ears, but more than that, the much older cow on the right here, she flapped her ears, or rather shook her head, which flapped her ears very close to the cam, and you would have heard that smack against her body. Have a look at the tusks of this cow that's right in front of us. Can you see that there's little notches in both her tusks right at the edge? It's not often that we see those notches in both tusks in elephants. Often you'll see a deeper notch in one tusk compared to the other tusk. And that's a result of preferring one side to the other side when it comes to pulling branches or particularly breaking things against the tusk. Because that's what creates those notches. Also, when they ring bark or strip bark off trees, if they're using the same tusk to do those things over the course of their lifetime, they're bound to get notches in them. It's kind of like giving us an indication of whether the elephant is like right tusked or left tusked, like being right-handed or left-handed. But with this cow, you can see notches clearly in both her tusks, although I think that the notch on the left is a little deeper than the one on the right. I'm absolutely loving the sounds here at Naledi Dam. This is one of my favorite Africams, although I must admit, Aldonio is still at the top of my list. And there we have another youngster coming through now, having a bit of a drink. Yes, you are. I love that you can just see the trunk coming through. And it's time, everyone. Time for me to say goodbye and thank you all for. Oh, I thought she was going to give me a head shake. Maybe she doesn't want me to go. Thank you all for joining me for a nice Saturday morning wildlife visit. But I'm going to be handing over now to the lovely Vian. He's a new voice that you're going to hear, and he's been a guide for a long, long time. And I'm sure that you can't wait to listen to the insights he will be able to offer you during Live at the Waterhole. But for me, I'm going to enjoy the rest of my Saturday, and I hope that you all do too with Live at the Waterhole and Vian. So bye for now from me.
Thank you so much, Trishala. I really appreciate it. And welcome everybody to Live at the Waterhole, or maybe I should say welcome to myself for only jumping in halfway through the show. It's nice that I get to jump in here at Naledi Dam. Yeah, as Trishala said, my name is Vian. I'll be your host and your naturalist for the remaining period of the show, and I'm excited to see what the various watering holes have lined up for us today. If you're new here, or if you may be only joining us right now, just remember that this is a live and interactive experience, and I absolutely love answering questions and hearing your thoughts on what unfolds in front of us. So please don't be shy. Ask your questions, leave your comments, and interact with me as much as you like. You can do that by registering on our website, and make sure you follow the conversation using WildEarth, hashtag WildEarth on Twitter. But for now, grab a coffee, sit back, relax, and enjoy a little Africa from wherever you are in the world. But yeah, I'm excited to be here with you guys. It's my very first time hosting live at the Waterhole and doing this kind of thing. So I'm very nervous, but at the same time, I'm extremely excited. Um, as Trishala said, I've been guiding for quite some time now. I've been in the industry for about 10 years, and quite early on in my career, I specialized on the bird watching side of things. So my main passion lies with birds. So yeah, hopefully as we spend some time at the watering holes, we get to do some birds as well. But if you guys have any questions about me, any questions about the show, please ask away. I'm here until the end of the show. Hey, Dive Bunny, nice to meet you too. I'm, like I say, very nervous to be here, but very excited at the same time. Um, but yeah, just excited to get to know the team and get to know the viewers. I've been following the show for quite a while, and I noticed there's quite a few people that pop up on a regular basis with questions and that kind of thing. So thank you for the welcome. I really appreciate it. It's already making me a bit more relaxed. I appreciate it. So I don't know how long you guys have been watching today, but I've been following, and there's been a lot of elephant action throughout the day. And Juma, there was a big herd of buffalo that came through for a nice drink. And that's one thing that I really enjoy about this time of day and spending time at the watering holes is you have so many different animals coming in for a drink, and especially the elephants. It's definitely a big theme, and a big thing that pulls or pushes through is the fact that we have a lot of elephant uh, magic happening in front of us at the various watering holes. It's always good fun to spend some time with them. I always find it interesting how so many elephant can congregate around a very small water source. I mean, having 5 elephants here drinking out of the same fairly small watering hole. It's always interesting to see the dynamics on how they socialize with one another, and the younger bulls pushing a little bit, and the older bulls, yeah, just as I mentioned that. But yeah, the younger bulls coming in and shoving in and taking their place. And it's always so interesting to see as soon as one of the bigger, older, more dominant bulls come into a small watering hole like this, the rest of the members will usually give way pretty quickly. But you can see these guys have been having a pretty hot day. They're wet all over the ears, all behind the ears, and a good indication that it's quite warm and they're just trying to cool themselves down. "458, what an interesting question, and that's something that a lot of people actually wonder is with elephants having such thick skin and such gray skin, do they actually get sunburnt? And the plain answer is yes, they can actually to some degree get sunburn, and that is why you'll often have like this individual on the left here now flicking some mud on the body. They flick mud and dust and sand and that kind of thing all over the body and especially on the back to give them some protection from the sun. So I think their threshold for sunburn is much better than ours, and they can deal with it a lot better. But considering the fact that they're such large animals and they can't always hide in the shade or go stand under a tree to get away from the sun, they have to find different ways to protect themselves from the sun. So using some mud and some dust all over the body, that's a very good way for them to protect themselves. And as you might know, that's also why they are so often different colors, taking on the color of the soil that they keep dusting themselves with. But yeah, these guys just having a good time in the water and cooling down. This looks like a lot of fun right now. Where I am home here in Pretoria, South Africa, it's a beautifully hot day outside, so I actually wouldn't mind joining these ellies for a nice swim.
This Spooktober is all about scales. In honor of Reptile Awareness Day, WildEarth is hosting a fireside chat with James Henry and reptile expert Chris Cook.
You are at risk of being bitten by it.
Come along as we talk all things reptiles and learn more about the scaly soldiers of the safari. Don't miss out. Watch it live on your nearest device. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
If you've guys been watching this little herd for the last little while now, you'll notice that they drinking out of the water from the man-made structure on the right, but the natural pan to the left. Ooh, and there's another ellie coming into view. But yeah, they leaving that natural pan to the left, not drinking any of that water. And elephant can be quite picky when it comes to the quality of water that they consume. And whenever an opportunity presents itself where they can actually drink fairly clean water, they would much rather do that than drinking that brown yucky muck to the left there. So that's why all these eddies are congregating around this one tiny little water source. All right, we've got some other animals coming in for a drink at Oldonio, so I think we'll head that side and we'll see what's what. And of course, some more elephants. But obviously, you'll notice the nice, beautiful giraffe having a nice drink there as well, splaying its legs nice and wide to get low enough to the water. Another giraffe coming into view there and going out of view. No, coming back. You can see that big Ellie bull with his legs all standing in different directions, and with them spending so much time on their feet during the day and carrying around all of that weight, you'll often find them shifting their weight around and resting their legs just to give it a bit of a break and relax the muscles a bit. So in that instance there, he was resting his back left leg and the front right. Ooh. Giraffe's getting a bit of a fright there. But yeah, just all nice and relaxed. Hey Lenny, now that is a tough question to answer, asking what my favorite African animal is. As I said earlier, I absolutely love birds. I started bird watching when I was 12, 13 years old, and I'm almost 30 now, so I've been doing it for quite some time. And when it comes to the birds, I absolutely love owls. Hands down, my favorite bird family. And we have 25 species of owls in Africa as a whole, stretching over the entire continent. So I still have quite a ways to find all of them. I've only seen 10 or 11 now, but yeah, any day I would pick birds over most things. But if I had to pick a mammal specifically, I would have to say pangolins. So if you don't know what a pangolin is, it's basically a scaly anteater, as many people would know them. And we've got 4 species of pangolin in Africa and 4 species of pangolin in Asia. But they are just the most amazing little creatures, covered in scales from head to toe. They roll up in tiny little balls to protect themselves from predators, and you'll often see photos on social media of lions and leopards and stuff trying to pry these tight balls of pangolin open, but they are so strong, the predators don't get into them that easily. And so I think it's partly that, but also the fact that they're just such secretive animals, very secretive in behavior. There's still so much about pangolins that we actually don't know, and it's a very interesting little mammal to read up on and learn more about. And actually, quite interestingly, earlier this week, I read that scientists have discovered a new species of pangolin. So, as I mentioned previously, there was 4 species in Asia and 4 species in Africa. But some Chinese scientists now have confirmed that they've added a 5th Asian species to the list. But the interesting thing is they don't know what it looks like. With pangolins being so popular on the black market, often the scales will get confiscated and that kind of thing. And then the scientists would run various DNA tests and so on. And it's through some of these tests that they realized that the specific scales that they were testing was of a species that we actually don't know of yet. And they gave it the scientific name Manus mysterious, which is really cool because it is a mystery. So yeah, long answer, short, pangolins. I absolutely love pangolins. I think let's just have a bit of a listen to the different sounds coming out here from around Oldonyo. I can hear some orioles calling in the background. It sounded like there was a bit of a babbler. So yeah, maybe just sit and listen for a bit and see what sounds you pick up on. This camera of ours is, or of Africam, is at a lodge, safari lodge. So if you do hear some voices in the background, those will just be probably some of the guests coming in for a nice Kenya safari. A zebra coming in for a drink. Usually when there's one, there's more. You can see obviously the flies are bugging it quite a bit with its tail going absolutely crazy. So we'll see, hopefully some more come in for a nice drink. You can see this Ellie, as I said earlier, with the other herd. He is in no rush to go anyway, taking his time to drink as much water as he needs, cool himself down, and just taking it easy. Jessica, thanks for that question, asking if I've been to this part of Africa. Unfortunately, I have not. Kenya is still very, very high on my bucket list, and there's still so much of Africa that I want to see and explore. But most of my travels that I've had within the African bush has been focused around southern Africa. Uh, so I've been to Namibia and Botswana and Zimbabwe and Zambia, obviously all over South Africa. So I've managed to travel quite a bit, and again, that was mostly for bird watching tours. But Kenya is still very high on the bucket list. Often when people look at elephant like this on safari, one of the main questions they would have is how old is that elephant? How old do you think that elephant is? And that could often be quite a difficult one to judge, just because in different parts of Africa they'll grow at different rates, and you can't always use exactly the same features to judge their size. I think way back in the day, the size of their tusks could have been a good indication, but with so little large tusk elephants left over, I think that's not something that one could use much anymore. And in some parts of Africa, you even have elephants that don't really grow tusks at all, with that genetic variation. But one good indication that this bull is quite an old bull is if you look at the top of its head on the forehead. On the side, you'll see those indentations or those almost holes. And the older, especially the bulls, the older they get, the more that will start sinking in and sinking deep. And considering that elephants could live anything from 50 to 60 years of age, that means this bull could be already quite up there. Nice eland coming in there. Very cinematic shot with the water dripping in front of it. You can see this eland will be very wary and alert coming in for a drink, even though the elephant is standing at the waterhole and having a drink. And that'll mainly be just due to the fact that the eland will be looking out for predators, anything that could be lurking around in the shadows or in the shade close to the watering hole. Because often predators know that, especially this time of day or in the later afternoons, animals, prey species will congregate around watering holes, and that'll make their hunting efforts a lot easier. And I think this eland won't pay too much attention to the elephant being at the watering hole and regarding that as a sign of safety, because elephants don't really have any natural predators, or especially not at this size of an elephant. So you can just see very alert, looking left to right, ears cocked forward, trying to listen out for different sounds and trying to see anything they can see. And very interestingly, you'll often have these prey species try and come to the watering hole with the wind in their favor. So I've often witnessed them, they'll walk to one end and notice that the wind is blowing from them towards the watering hole. So they'll actually turn around, circle back, and then move around into a direction where the wind is blowing in their face. So in other words, from the watering hole to them. And that just makes it easier for them to be safer and more difficult for predators to detect their presence. One good thing though is with it being so hot and in the middle of the day, basically any predator really is going to be relaxing in the shade at the moment. So I don't think this eland need to be too worried. having a bit of a stare down with this Ellie. So remember when I was mentioning earlier the elephant resting his feet, so you can see he's got most of the weight on that front left foot and also on the back right foot. So that rear left foot is pushed forward a little bit and nice and relaxed. And that front right foot is also lifted a bit and nice and relaxed. So he's just shifting weight around a bit and resting. You can see him also now even resting his trunk on the ground. It's something that especially the larger bulls do quite a lot of. Just remember, guys, if you are only joining us just now, or if you have any thoughts that you might be thinking, please interact with me. I would absolutely love it. As I said earlier, this is my first time and I am still a bit nervous. So if you guys ask any questions or have any comments, that will definitely help me as well to get the conversation, keep it flowing, keep it rolling. But yeah, just keep sending those through. And if you want to keep up to date with what's happening, you can subscribe to the YouTube channel and remember to stay involved in the conversation on Twitter using hashtag WildEarth. We love hearing from you guys.
Have you ever wondered what it's like to be the man behind the lens? Come along and join our expert naturalist, James Hendry, for a photography hangout. Be entertained with safari stories and enjoy a live color grading class. Share in the moments captured and the memories created by his wildlife photography.
From the sublime to the ridiculous, everybody.
Be a part of the fun. WildEarth. It's in your nature.
whenever I get to spend a long amount of time with an elephant like this, that's relaxed like this, and I think also especially in this instance where they don't even know we're here, they're just used to the whole setup being there, and we're not altering their behavior in any way. But when I get to spend time with them like this, I love looking at their ears and getting close to them like this. It's very nice being this close to them. And often when you just spend some time looking at the ears and around the edges of the ears, it all tells a story. You'll have different little tears and holes and that kind of thing here and there. And other than the fact that I find it very interesting and it tells a story, it also helps to identify individuals. So especially anti-poaching teams with strong tracking units and that kind of thing, they'll often look at different identification markers to keep track of specific individuals. And with this individual, you can see a big hole in the right side of the ear or an old injury. So that will obviously be quite a good identification marker for it. And with the visual identification markers of the ear edges, what's also very interesting is their foot structure. So very similar to us and our unique fingerprints, the little cracks and crevices and patterning that they have under their feet is also very unique to each individual. So if you have people or anti-poaching teams with a good tracker in the unit, they can identify specific individuals by just looking at a specific crack or pattern in the foot, which always I find very interesting. All right, I think we've got a bit of a glitch here, so we're going to go back to Naledi Dam and see if we still have some ellies over there. Sorry about that, guys, but we're back at Naledi Dam, and as predicted, there's some more elephants around here. You can see they moved from drinking in that man-made pan on the right to standing in the natural pan and flicking water and mud all over their body. Again, being twofold, it cools them down and it protects them from the sun. And I do think also sometimes they also just like having fun, especially the smaller elephants and the young bulls. They can get so playful. Look at that little guy on his side there. Having the time of their life. Ooh, and Mommy said it's time to go and stop playing around. Things to do, places to be. Thank you so much, Lucy. I appreciate it. Karulsi, sorry about that, Karulsi. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I mean, I think it's going quite well. Yeah, the nerves are slowly starting to settle, and I'm slowly busy finding my groove. So excited to see what the rest of the afternoon holds for us. We right, now as these Ellies are making their leave, I think we're going to do the same and make our way back to Tower Lodge and see what's hanging around there. And we're back in Madikwe. I absolutely love this game reserve. There's some great wildlife around, and the interaction and the activity around here is always so good. It's always a good time here in Madikwe, and especially Tower Lodge. This guy, I'm busy having a dust bath. As with Oldonyo, this camera is at a safari lodge, so you might hear some human voices in the background, but we'll make sure we mainly focus on the ellies and the bird calls. Lady, that's a very interesting question, and that's something that, or asking if animals ever get skin cancer. And I think that's something that could probably scientifically be possible. I've personally never encountered it in my life, but as with anywhere in nature, you can find um, albino species of animals or leucistic species of animals where there'll be either albino lack melanin entirely. So melanin is the cells in our bodies that give us our skin color, and the same for animals. So that's when you have an albino or an albino, you'll see that they fully pink or plain white in color, and often the eyes will be like a red pink and that kind of thing. And I think in an instance like that, you'll definitely have the potential of something like a skin cancer on the animals. But I think in general, when the animals are strong and healthy and they use these different kinds of methods to protect themselves from the sun, they would, in general, be quite all right. So yeah, very interesting question. I can't, unfortunately, give you a definitive yes or no, but just my speculation on it or my guess on it. But yeah, that's a very, very good question. Definitely something worth reading up on. If you guys listen in the background, you can hear there's a call going boop 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 boop. I hope the call's fairly accurate, but just give it a quick listen. So that's a bird species called an African hoopoe. African hoopoe, and they are spectacularly beautiful birds. Spend most of their time on the ground. They've got beautiful black and golden brown coloration, or this chestnutty brown, and they've got this big crest of long feathers that they like to pick up when they feel a bit agitated or even excited. So yeah, very nice call to hear in the background. There's some three-banded plovers calling, so a whole bunch of bird activity as well.
Those sounds just go straight through you.
That you'll often bump into or get the odd warthog male or boar here or there that was a bit stubborn and he didn't want to go into the truck. So what you would eventually do is someone would climb a tree and throw a net over the warthog, and the vet would come in and sedate it lightly in the bum, and then we'd have to pick it up on its back legs and push it like a wheelbarrow into the transportation truck. And that was always a lot of fun. Warthogs getting free and chasing people around and moving about. It's actually quite a fascinating animal, and they're very strong and very heavy. You can see this warthog has definitely had a bit of an encounter with either another warthog or a predator where he had to defend himself. But you can see that right tusk, the right side tusk is broken off almost at the base. If you just peep through the legs, you can actually see how big that left-hand tusk is. Quite a big warthog. So that would either have been from defending himself from a predator or fighting with another warthog boar. And unlike antlers or that kind of thing, with the tusk being a modified tooth, if the tusk breaks off halfway, it stops growing there. It stuns the growth from that point on. So the tusk might continue growing out, but even if that piece pushes further out and gets longer, it'll never grow into a tip again. And you'll often find the same thing with elephants, especially elephant bulls, when they would either fight with each other or push over a big tree, and sometimes the tusk will snap about halfway down. And again, the tusk will just keep growing out, but it won't form a nice elegant tip again, like the unbroken tusks. Some smaller warthog joining there on the right hand side. You can see that the two little ones at the back, or especially the one on the left-hand side at the back of these three little warthogs, he's down on his knees. And it's not because he's praying for his food, but it's because as they use their snouts to dig up down to the root level of the grass and the tubes and stuff like that they're feeding on, they need quite a bit of leverage. They don't have very long necks or vertebrae in the neck, so they'll often go down on their knees and they'll use the tip of their snout and they'll scuff up the ground to get right down to the roots and the juicy bits and the good bits of food. And like this now, if they're just mainly feeding off of the top, they'll just walk normally, standing on all four legs. Oh, the big guy wants the good bits, chasing the little ones away. You can see this boar is also quite thickly caked in mud, and that would also be similar to the elephant, or many other animals, where it'll be to protect them from the sun and cool themselves down. But especially with warthogs, they get quite a lot of ticks and parasites and that kind of thing on their skin, so they'll cake themselves in the mud like that. And often what would happen, especially with the larger ticks, they'll let go of the skin, and where they stuck on the skin, and then they'll climb to the surface because they're being suffocated, and then they'll go scratch that mud off on a post somewhere and try and get rid of ticks that way. And often when we do our walking trails through the bush and you come onto one of these scratch posts, you can actually pick out the ticks in between the mud on these scratch posts where the animals have gotten rid of the ticks. Some guinea fowl coming in there. It's always interesting. You'll very often find guinea fowl following any type of herbivore that scuffs up the ground, that moves the ground and on a subsurface level. So stuff like elephants and warthog and that kind of thing that'll often disturb the ground. The guinea fowl will come in and follow them, feed behind them, feed around them. And the reason for that is because these mammals or these animals give them access to an area of feeding under the surface that they won't normally be able to get to. Because often under the surface like this, there'll be different insects that that make home in between the roots, and they have these little tunnel structures and that kind of thing. So you'll very often have guinea fowl coming in and picking up those insects or arthropods, and also little bits of seed and that kind of thing here and there that they won't also normally get any access to. So why you often find guinea fowl with stuff like these warthogs, and why they don't mind each other. Oh, you can see now having a good scratch there on that rock, getting a bit of an itch, getting rid of the mud and the ticks, scratching the bum. Oh, that was a good scratch. All right, guys, I think we're going to head to a different spot. Leave these guinea fowl be for now. And we're back at Naledi with some more elephants. So this will most probably be different elephant to the ones that were here earlier. I'd place my bets on that. So throughout the day you'll have different little family structures or herds and lone bulls here and there that'll come through and use the water source as the day goes. Seems like first order of business is to cool down, get some protection from the sun. Now one's scratching his bum on the rocky watering hole on the right there. You gotta improvise if you don't have fingers to scratch where it itches. I think let's just enjoy these guys doing their thing for a little bit.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
one thing I used to wonder quite a bit when I got to see elephants as frequently as I did when I was guiding in Kruger, and finding them at watering holes like this and rolling around in the mud, throwing mud on themselves, and that kind of thing. If you look at the base of the ear behind the eye, so that's where the actual ear hole is, where obviously what they use to listen. And I often wondered, how do they not get any mud or any dust or anything like that into the ear? And they actually have a muscle there called the sphincter valve, and they can shut the ear entirely with that muscle and prevent any water or mud or dust or anything like that getting in there. And that means they can be fully submerged in the water, and they can play in the dust and the mud, and the ears will always be clean. I think as we leave these guys playing in the water and the mud, it's time for us to go see what's going on around in Juma. And some more elephants hanging around. This seems like quite a big breeding herd. Lots of little ones in there, some big females, quite a few walking around at the back there. And there you can see on the left-hand side there, that little one, younger one, submerging himself in the water entirely, and that's where that sphincter valve muscle will come into play, just preventing any water from rushing into the ear. I absolutely love watching these little guys in the water. I often just think to myself that they're having fun. Mommy walked them down to go have a drink, and mommy wants to have a drink and maybe throw some mud on herself, but so often around the water and in watering holes like this, where there's access to shallower parts of the watering hole and nice mud, you'll just have the little ellies get extremely playful. And especially for the younger males, it's an important part of their development, as they'll start tussling and wrestling with each other and spar with each other. So it's really interesting seeing that behavior. Michaela, very good question. Wondering how old these elephant calves are. Yeah, judging the age, as I mentioned a bit earlier, can often be a bit tough, especially once they get quite a bit older. A good go-to is if you look now on the kind of left-hand middle end of the screen, that very small one on the water's edge looks to be just level with mom's belly, or maybe just above. So that will put that elephant at just over a year and a half, somewhere around there. If the ellie can fit under the mom's belly or level with the mom's belly itself, that usually that little calf will be about a year or a few months less. And then gradually as they get older, it can be quite tough to determine their age. So these slightly larger individuals will already be in their tweens or their teenage years, and with the adults being obviously anything from 20 years and upwards. But those smaller guys, I would say there's the tiniest one there, probably around a year and a half, close to 2 years, ranging between between 2 and 4, somewhere around there. See those Ellies on the left there now, busy walking up the embankment. I always find it so fascinating seeing the terrain that elephants can move in. I've worked in places where it's very mountainous terrain and you'll be driving right to the top or sometimes even walking to the top of a pretty steep embankment or even mountain, and you'll find signs of elephant and big bull elephants, their dung and their tracks all around and that kind of thing. And with an animal of that weight and that size, it's always interesting seeing the kind of terrain that they can maneuver around and over. I don't know if you guys saw that just now, but those 3 younger elephants towards the left there, they all for a brief moment had their trunks in each other's mouths. And on the inside of the mouth, they have an opening, or even an organ, really, you would call the vomeronasal organ or opening. And it's at the top of the palate. And this is often what elephants would use to communicate with each other via pheromones and different smells and that kind of thing. And often with other mammals, that opening or organ will sit on the gums at the top, but with Ellies it's right at the palate. And that's a very important way of communication for telling different moods and behaviors and how the elephants are feeling, their stress levels, how relaxed they are. And you'll often find, especially the bulls, they will use that with the females often to determine whether or not the females are in estrus or that kind of thing. So you'll often find elephants sticking their trunks in each other's mouth. Very, very interesting way of communicating. There you can see the little guy doing exactly that. Ooh, be careful. No, I don't want you to know what I'm thinking right now.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
sure you guys can notice the little birds sitting all over this giraffe here, having a drink. And some of you might know what they are, but for those that don't, those are oxpeckers. And being up in Kenya, very likely that it's yellow-billed oxpecker, but very interesting birds, as they like to ride on various kinds of mammals on all shapes and sizes, and they specifically eat the parasites and help clean the mammals off of any parasites that could be carrying any diseases or that kind of thing, stuff like ticks and so on. I know that in southern Africa, specifically with the two species of oxpecker that we have, being the yellow-billed and the red-billed oxpecker, they, especially the yellow-billed oxpecker, they're in quite a bit of trouble. I think being listed as vulnerable on the IUCN Red Data list. So that's just an organization that keeps track of the threatened status of all wildlife and animals that we have on the planet. And the main reason between the two is if you ever get to see oxpeckers in the wild, your red-billed oxpeckers have a very fine, smaller bill, and they're also a bit of a smaller oxpecker species. And your yellow-billed oxpeckers have a much larger beak or bill and a heavier bill. And the main difference between the two is, oh, and here comes, ooh, a big ellie bull. Nice. Look at those tusks. But as I was saying, the main difference between the two oxpeckers, the reason being that yellow-billed oxpeckers are struggling a bit more in their fight for survival is mainly due to the fact that they, because of their large beak structure, they will actually pick the ticks and the parasites off of the animals directly, whereas red-billed oxpeckers will comb through the fur or comb. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. Got a bit of a technical difficulty there. We back at Tau Lodge with some more elephants. But yeah, as I was saying, so the reason that red-billed oxpeckers are doing a lot better is because they, with the finer bills, they mainly comb through the fur and the skin, and they pick off all the smaller, more tiny parasites off of the animals, whereas your yellow-billed oxpeckers will pick off the large, big ticks and parasites directly. And over the years, what has happened with specifically cattle farmers using various pesticides on the cattle to get rid of ticks and diseases to protect their livestock, you had these oxpeckers feeding on the ticks that's on those cattle treated with pesticide, and that actually killed off a big population of the yellow-billed oxpecker. Fortunately, we live in an age where technology is extremely advanced, and they've managed to come up with different pesticides and dips that don't have that kind of effect on the oxpeckers, and recent studies have actually shown that the population of yellow-billed oxpeckers are increasing again. So that's really, really good. Oxpeckers are also a really good sign for us when we're walking in the bush. We like to call them an alarm system or an alarm call sign. So if you walking in some dense vegetation, like in the back there where that lone elephant is standing, and you can't see very well in front of you, often stuff like the more dangerous animals like buffalo and rhino and that kind of thing, or the more potentially dangerous animals, you'll have oxpeckers sitting on top of them. And if they're sleeping in the thick bush and the animals don't, let's say a buffalo, for example, doesn't notice that you're busy walking towards him, if you bump into him at close quarters, it could be a tricky situation. And elephant bending his leg to get in there. But it could be a tricky situation if you bump into that buffalo at close quarters. So, with the oxpeckers being very alert and aware of their surroundings and their environment, often before you even get close to that animal, the oxpecker will notice you there and they give this very strong alarm call flying away. And that's often a good indication for us that there could be something around the next bush that we need to be wary of. So it's all these little things in the bush that we use to keep ourselves safe and as well as the animals safe. We don't want to disturb them unnecessarily or bump them unnecessarily. And a big thing with going on safari is you don't want to alter their natural behavior. And that's one thing that I enjoy about live at the Waterhole is we get to virtually experience all of this magnificent wildlife and nature, and we're not in their way, we're not interrupting them, we don't have noisy vehicles that might irritate them in a moment or that kind of thing. We can just virtually enjoy them, leave them be in peace, and let them do what they would do naturally as if we weren't there. All right, I think we'll leave these guys to have a drink and wallow in the mud, and we'll head on over to Roy's Pan. Oh, wow. Nice. Some good lion action here in the shade. Well, action, I guess, is a relative term. They're just relaxing in the shade. As expected, the lions will just be lying around, not doing much, just trying to get out of the sun and survive the heat of the day in the shade. This is actually a great angle on that female facing away from us. You can see those black tufts behind the ears. And often if you see them walking towards you or busy moving around, it's not always that easy to see that. So getting an opportunity to focus on those black tufts is quite nice. And the reason for those black tufts is it acts as a way for them to communicate. You'll note that lions are one of the only large cat species that have large black tufts on the tip of the tail. And at the same time, they also have those black tufts behind the ears. And because they one of the only species that are social, or only a large cat species that are social and in groups, they need ways of communicating silently when they're busy hunting. They can't make different kinds of grunts and growls and that kind of thing. So by a series of ear flicks and tail twitches and that kind of thing, they've got a very silent way of communicating with one another, especially helpful when they're busy on the hunt. Shame you can see these girls are getting very hot, just panting away. Having a big cat yawn over there. Seems like she's actually busy licking something on the side of her mouth. Wonder if they've managed to make a kill earlier today. Bit tough to see the belly, but it seems like it could be a bit bulged. So maybe they got to make a kill, and now they're just relaxing in the shade, close to the pan, so they're close to water. Lions exert quite a lot of energy when they busy hunting various animals, and obviously depending on the size of the animal, if it's something like a buffalo, it takes a lot out of them, and they would definitely need to fill up with some good water after a hunt like that. Busy just cleaning themselves, keeping them parasite free, disease free, nice and healthy. See where this one looking kind of in our direction now. If you look at the white under the eyes, it's very prominent under the eyes and almost around the eye. And again, since talking about hunting, that's just a good adaptation again for when they go hunting. With them being apex predators and seeing very well at night and doing a lot of their hunting at night because it's cooler, and they also tend to have the upper hand. That white under the eye just reflects more light into the eye, so it just helps them see a lot better when they chasing their prey through the dark African bush. Oh, time to get up. It's not really the best time of day for them to start getting active, so she'll probably just get up and walk a little bit to a different shaded spot, and yeah, like exactly like that. Just walk to a bit of a different shaded spot and just go lie down. Yeah, you see on the left there's another one coming through the bushes. You often just have them slowly moving along in the day, and whether it's a tactic for them to effectively change the area that they want to go hunting at night, or whether they're just getting bored with the area that they're in at the moment. Um, I don't know, but I do think it is an effective way for them to change different areas that they're in. They can't walk long distances during the heat of the day, so that just exerts way too much energy. So they would prefer to rest up as much as they can and just take it easy. And I've often been on safari in the morning, and as the morning starts warming up and it gets hot, you'll leave some lions under a shaded tree, and a couple of hours later that afternoon, while it's still hot, you get back to they still there. So they don't always move a whole bunch. But if they have to move in the heat of the day, this is a very effective way of doing it. Slowly, slowly from tree to tree, shady spot to shady spot. I think we caught them just at the right time, at least getting to get a glimpse of them and see them walk around a bit. But I think let's head back to Naledi Dam and see what we get to see over there. And still some elephant playing in the water. We've definitely had no lack in elephant sightings today, which is really good. It's always fun spending some time with them. Seeing this elephant now flicking its tail quite vigorously, it reminds me of a story. And I knew from a very young age that I wanted to be a guide in the African bush, and I've always loved reading books on stories of different guides and their experiences, and especially way back in the day in the 60s, 70s, 80s, when the industry was still very young and Africa was still very raw. And there's this story of this one guide, I think it was in the 80s. He was guiding in Botswana, and he started as a junior guide, a guy from Australia, no experience, and wanted to do as a gap year. And his guiding mentor and trainer told him that for him to be a really good guide, he would need to sneak up on an elephant and pluck one of the tail feathers. Sorry, not feathers. The tail hairs. Pluck one of the tail hairs out of an elephant. And that means that you're really good at tracking and approaching animals on foot. And elephants have really good senses. Their sense of smell and their sense of hearing is extremely acute. And I've heard biologists say that, or scientists say that their sight is fairly similar to ours, so obviously they can see quite well. So you can imagine that sneaking up on an elephant and plucking on its tail is probably not the wisest thing to do. And this young guy, taking it seriously, he actually tried to do that. And fortunately, things didn't go too south for him, but he got up to according to him, about 20 meters or so of this elephant, and this elephant bull noticed him, and he had this tiny tree in between him and this elephant, and they had to stare down for over half an hour. So it's always crazy to read the things that people used to do back in the day in the African bush. Luckily now we know better, and I don't think you would really find a guide trying to sneak up on an elephant that close. Definitely not advised.
It's time to tap into your owl-like wisdom and elephant-like memory. Gear up for a month of Animal Quizmania this November. Teams will pit against each other every Saturday for some good old-fashioned interactive fun on The Sunset Show. To enter, form a team of at least 2 people, fill out the form on our website, and name your team. Come along and put yourself and your challenges to the test. WildEarth, bringing the fun to the safari.
This little guy just coming in to sneak a drink as the rest of them leave. Probably played around in the water so much he forgot to have a drink. I'm sure over the last couple of months, especially these last couple of weeks with things being so dry and at the very end of our dry season, elephants congregate obviously in their numbers and quite a lot at very specific waterholes and waterholes that don't dry up entirely throughout the winter or the dry season. So I suspect as we now move into summer and we start getting more and more rain and the bush starts getting lush and water flows more freely, that we might get to see a little bit less of these guys. Definitely still going to see them. It's elephants, they're always there, but might not be in their numbers like we have recently. I think as these guys keep wandering off into the bush, we'll wander our way back to Tau Lodge. Wildebeest walking through. It's not something we've seen much of today, so that's really, really nice to have them around. I always find them to be very, very interesting animals. They're not the most attractive, and of according to a lot of people, not the most intelligent, but they're always good to have around. I've personally had lions try and hunt some wildebeest before, and they chasing the herd, and some zebra mixed in there, and even some impala and that kind of thing. And the bulk of the animals run away entirely, and for quite a while they won't stop running. And you so often have one or two singular wildebeest stopping and turning around and either trotting back to see if they can spot the predators, or just being all curious, and that's often the one that gets taken. And I don't think it's necessarily an intelligence thing. I don't think it's because they're unintelligent. It's just you'll often find with prey species, with stuff like zebra and impala and wildebeest and so on, that they like to be able to keep an eye on the predator. Because if they can see the predator and they can show the predator that I see you, I know where you are, you can't surprise me, then they have a greater chance of surviving that encounter. Because with most of the predators, they rely on their stalking skills and their explosive power to successfully hunt and chase down various prey animals. So stuff like lions and leopards and so on, they've got very explosive power and they're extremely quick, but they can't keep that up for very long distances. So their best chance at success is getting as close as possible and just jumping at the prey at the very last possible moment. It's always a great experience seeing a predator stalk some prey, and you're on the edge of your seat waiting for them to jump and pounce and start running and start the chase. This Ellie is having a great mud bath. Oh, that's interesting. If you look at it like at the tail is very stump, almost all the way down. With the previous bull, I wanted to mention that next. Just the tip of that tail was gone, but with this individual, the tail's almost all the way down to the base of the tail, and that's very interesting. Most likely due to some other predator trying to be opportunistic when that elephant was much younger. So trying to grab a hold of the tail, that's very common for stuff like hyena and even lions, but especially hyena. They try and grab any loose bits that they can to try and pull their prey to the ground. So if they had an opportunity to get right close to this elephant when the elephant was very young, they most likely try to grab onto the tail and try and pull it to the ground, unfortunately only biting off the tail. Well, unfortunately for them, but fortunately for the elephant. The elephant looks so funny without a tail. Stephanie, watching elephants are absolutely amazing. So just hi to my fellow Praetorian. But yeah, spending some time with elephants, it's always fun and it's always interesting. They're such complex animals. And I see this is a no-tail pair. Shame, even this younger one has no tail. That is very, very interesting. Wonder how common of a occurrence. Wonder how common of an occurrence that is in Madikwe. So again, as mentioned earlier when we were talking about the warthogs, when you have these large game reserves that are fenced off, and we as humans have to manage and intervene on things, often you'll have stuff like the predator population just increasing to such a rate that it's unsustainable for the ecosystem. And this could be a situation like that potentially, where maybe the hyenas or something like that is quite high of a population, where they often get to encounter young elephants and yeah, nip at their tails. So that's very, very interesting. But Stephanie, coming back to what I was saying, it's just elephants are such complex animals. They've got very interesting social structures. They're extremely intelligent, and I think for years elephants have baffled scientists when it comes to studying their behavior and studying them specifically. Just because I think from a scientific perspective, it's important to differentiate between what human emotions are and what natural behavior is. And I think what's baffled scientists and so many naturalists over the years is just that you so often get elephants that portray behavior that we would see as very much human, which is very interesting, showing signs of empathy and concern and stress and to a degree that other animals wouldn't. So they're always extremely interesting animals to follow. This is that bull I was talking about with the tip of the tail being gone. So another sign of a stumpy tail. So interesting.
Are you afraid of the dark? It's Friday the 13th and we've got pumpkin for you to talk about. From spiders to snakes and everything in between, we're fighting our animal phobias this spooky season. Join James and Tessa for an irresistible Ask Me Anything as we discuss the creatures we are scared of and debunk stereotypes. Fight and face your fears with WildEarth.
All right, I think we're going to leave these guys to play around in the mud a little bit more and then head on to another spot and see what's waiting for us. That I can. Look at the action here. Some really good action. These ellies are obviously just arriving at this watering hole. So ellies are obviously just arriving at the watering hole, and you can see the excitement. See the excitement as they just splash around in the water, drinking. It's going to be chaos for a few minutes now. It's very interesting. You often, when you get a herd of elephant coming down to the water like this, you'd think that the first thing they would do is drink some water and then they'll splash around and create a whole mess and make things all mucky and muddy. But so often the first thing they'll do is splash around and throw water around and throw mud around and fight for a good spot in the water. And I think especially on a day like today, the goal is firstly to cool themselves down and just refresh themselves. And then from there on, wait for the water to settle and then start drinking. So I think that's obviously what's happening the moment here. You can see it was absolute madness for the first minute or two, and now slowly things are starting to relax. They're finding their spots. Still throwing some mud around and splashing here and there. I think let's just enjoy the sounds of the chaos unfolding at the moment. Hi, Simpiwe. Thank you for that question. Wondering whether or not elephants get taught to use their trunk or if it is a instinctive thing. And to be honest, I think it's a bit of a mix of both. You'll note when elephants are born and they're extremely young, they have very little grasp and control over their trunk. I think it's just being this funny appendage on the front of its face with all these muscles that it hasn't or doesn't know how to use yet. I think it's a big learning curve and something they have to learn fairly quickly. And I've actually had young, small baby elephants when they in a situation where they're frustrated with what they're feeding or drinking and they can't use the trunk, they will literally go down and lie on their side and lap up the water or bite the grass or the leaves of whatever bush they're trying to eat off that way. And definitely over time they start getting a better hang of the trunk, and you'll often find them playing with slightly older young elephants that already know how to use the trunk, and they'll shake their head and swing the trunk around, and you'll often see them moving around with the trunk as if they're trying to practice. They're practicing to pick things up, and they're practicing to pluck leaves and grass, and practicing to use it to drink. So I think by observing the adults and the rest of the members in the herd, they to some degree being taught how to use it, but I do think a lot of it is instinct taking over, and over time realizing that they need to master this muscle because it's extremely important to them for survival. Very good question. Thanks for that, Simpiwe. Just noting again how dry the bush and the environment is. If there's not a lot of water around and elephants are far away from water and they have to find a way to still cool down or get rid of what you would call heat stress, they can actually regurgitate water in what you call a pharyngeal pouch. And then they'll use that water to spray themselves down in an emergency. And then I think from there on they'll make a point of it to go find a good water source. But it's just so interesting that they can actually store water for a certain period of time, regurgitate it into the trunk, and use that to cool themselves down. These guys seem to have had their fun and their fill at the watering hole here at Cat Eye Pan. I think let's head back to Naledi Pan and see what's around there. A nice thirsty elephant. What is this guy doing? He seems to be specifically working the trunk at a certain point. I wonder if that might actually be the water inlet. So if you can see, if you look at little that little man-made pan as a whole, it's all been all churned up and made all mucky and muddy because of the amount of elephants that's come through here today. And with him focusing on just that single point there, my guess is that's where the pipe comes out that feeds the water into that pan. And as I said earlier, they're very, very picky when it comes to the quality of water that they drink. So he'll rather be sucking that water up to refresh himself and quench his thirst. And this guy working on getting his 7% of his body weight in for the day.
Welcome to Destination Safari. This evening, steeped in history, we are going to be exploring Leeuwenbosch Country House and Shearers Lodge.
Guys, just a reminder that we are live and this is an interactive show. I've still got 15 minutes or so with you guys. So if you have any questions, any comments, please send them through. I love chatting with you guys. And another group of elephants seeming to finish up refreshing on some life-giving water for the afternoon. I always find it fascinating how quiet elephants are when they're walking through the bush, especially in a little wildlife tract like that where there's no grass or anything like that that can be making a noise. And it's always funny in cartoons and movies, they're always depicted as these animals that stomp, stomp, stomp when they walk, but they're actually so silent, and you often have them walking right by your vehicle or close to you, and you don't even hear them. An animal as big as that can be so silent when walking. It's always very cool to experience. Mad Max, good question. Wondering, Mad Maz, sorry about that, but good question on asking how common it is for elephants to have twins. I would say that that's not extremely common, considering that elephants have a gestation period of roughly about 22 months or so. And by the time that they give birth, that calf is already about 100 kilograms. So it's a big baby or big animal inside of the female. And I don't know if there would really be space for a twin. I personally don't know of any twins. I've never encountered any twins. I think if elephants do give birth to a twin, it would be a bit of an anomaly. Obviously, that is what we know and study and read in books about wildlife. And it's always interesting. My dad always says that animals don't read books. So just because a book says they don't give birth to twins doesn't mean it won't happen. But I don't think it is something that actually really happens. What does happen, though, from time to time is if a calf maybe gets orphaned or anything like that, then you'll have a surrogate mom, so another cow that would take on that calf and actually let that calf feed off of her and that kind of thing. And often then you'll see two pretty small calves following the same female. So that could give the illusion or the impression that she's given birth to twins, but I don't think it's something that actually really happens. Very good question. Can imagine it would be quite tough and crazy giving birth to twins that weigh 100 kilograms each.
Africam's virtual wildlife photography competition is in full swing. We've already seen some incredible entries, but don't worry, the competition is open until November 30th. And the rewards? They're worth roaring about. From a custom print of your winning shot to a full year's subscription to Africam Premium. Join the wildlife photography adventure today at Africam. Your shot at greatness awaits.
much like how these elephant often rest their feet to shift the weight. You can see with that one, he had his trunk hanging over the tusk now. And that's also something that they would quite regularly do, is just hang it over the tusk or let it droop all the way down to the ground if it is long enough, just to relax those muscles a bit. There are thousands of muscles in that trunk, and I can imagine using that the whole day. At some point, it can get quite tiring. So it's often very important that they just rest it every now and then and just relax a bit, like we all have to do, right? Hannah, thank you for your comment. And yes, indeed, it has been quite the exciting afternoon. I mean, just in my couple of hours here, seeing those a whole lot of elephant and so much interaction and interesting behavior. I think my favorite thing so far for this afternoon is definitely seeing that elephant with a young one, where both the mama and the calf have a tail that's been bitten off. That's extremely interesting. I've seen tails that's been bitten off before, but with a mom and a calf at the same time, I think that's a very, very cool encounter. And yeah, between that and the giraffe and a couple of birds here and there, I think it's been a very exciting afternoon. I think as things just keep cooling down and getting later into the day, it's just going to get more and more exciting. It's very interesting how certain elephants will often give way to other elephants when you have new individuals coming towards the water to drink. And it's very common with the older bulls or the more dominant bulls, the rest of the members will usually just give way quite easily. But when you have individuals similar in size, or if it's females with each other, it's very interesting with knowing that we don't understand what they're saying or always fully understand their way of communication. I find it very, very interesting why sometimes a slightly bigger elephant will give way to a different elephant. And it might be an age thing, a dominance thing. It might be because it's a cow with a calf. It's just always so interesting. Dynamics between these amazing, amazing animals. But all right, guys, I hope you had as much fun as I did. Thank you for joining me. I started off very nervous, but I absolutely enjoyed every minute with you guys. Make sure you guys stick around for the safari drive. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks, Julie. Appreciate it.
Coverage of an African safari and may include animal kills and carcasses. Viewer discretion is advised.